everybody, this is live storm chase mode down here in coastal South Carolina. I'm in the Isle of Palms, and I was right in the heart of the convective fire hose there for a little while. Thunder and lightning all over the place. But the cold front is beginning to crash back behind me. It's approaching Charleston. Flash flood warning with a considerable tag is in effect down here. We've already had one tornado warning just to the northeast, and some water spouts offshore. But as that instability gradually starts to work its way onshore and in eastern South Carolina, eventually North Carolina, that's when the threat of landfalling, tornadic water spouts is going to arrive. So we've got a coastal flood warning down here. We've got a flash flood warning. We've got a strong coastal low down here that's going to be moving right along the coastline. And if that surface-based instability is able to come just onshore, bang, that's when the tornado threat's going to happen. And this area of low pressure is intensifying too. So I arrived in Charleston in the heart of that convective plume, prompting flash flood warnings. 1 to 2 inch per hour rainfall rates anticipated here. Big wind as well, especially just ahead of this surface low as it intensifies. So I'm going to be ripping northeast from Charleston up toward the Myrtle Beach area. I'm going to be covering the coastal flooding and the tornado threat here across the eastern Carolinas. And if the surface-based instability is able to drift ashore, then we're probably going to have some big problems later on today. And the coastal flooding is going to peak first near high tide, which I believe has already happened here. And then it's going to happen again during this evening. But right where that, ooh, there's some flooding over here, folks. And we're in the heart of flood warning. The worst of the conditions are going to be hugging the coastline out here. Right along the immediate coastline from Charleston up toward Myrtle Beach. I'm on 17 north right now, heading out to the north. Classic El Nino storm system here with an energized southern branch of the jet. Almost went down last night to Florida, but it ended up petering out. That surface low intensified just a little bit late. So that's why I ended up electing to go after this portion of the target of the Carolinas, where I think that we can get some of that instability coming in off the. But the convective line is just shimmied a little bit off to my east, so I'm going to come in through its backside here. And you can already start to see the ceilings begin to lift a little bit back behind me, but that's as that cold front is coming in. Temperatures are going to plummet. Forecast models yesterday were showing dew points to rise up into the upper 60s here by afternoon. Right now the temperature's 60 and those upper 60s are just offshore. So it does look like maybe that instability might just hang out over the Gulf Stream a little bit today, but still going to have some prolific coastal flooding. Rainfall rates of 1 to 2 inches per hour, and tornado potential. We've already had a tornado warning, one tornado warning so far. Storm Prediction Center has upgraded the tornado probs across this area to that 5%. And it's very possible you could get a ripper just coming ashore making landfall. Supercell with a tornadic water spout coming in off the Atlantic. Problem with going to the northeast is I do think that that coastal front might have more of a tendency to stay offshore the further northeast of the Charleston area I go. But this front, the cold front's catching this rain plume here from west to east in the Charleston area. So I gotta go northeast and stay ahead of this main convective band. You can see the main convective band. It's just basically a fire hose of moisture coming right into the eastern Carolinas, coastal Carolinas. And it's working its way from Charleston up eventually up toward the Myrtle Beach area. Please dominate that like button, everybody. Thank you, new Team Dominator members, for joining us here today. Live stream here this Sunday. I know we've got NFL starting in an hour or so, but we are covering this coastal low and we are dominating down here today. Whoa, there it is. Here it comes, everybody. Gotta let everybody know that we are up and operational this Sunday. Coming into the band from the west to east. I'm also hoping to see a landfalling water spout or two. bet there's a lot of flooding around here already. See the dark sky of the convective plume just to my east? Ooh yeah, some ponding in the roadways. There is a life-threatening tag on the flash flood warning down here. And imagine down near the College of Charleston, there's some, and near the Charleston Harbor, there's big flooding happening right now. And it likely peaked as that convective plume came through. A lot of lightning as well, and this thing is working its way northeast. See, it's getting dark. Deteriorate as I'm heading off to the northeast on Highway 17. I've seen some comparisons with the Superstorm 1993. This is a lot different than that, because the northern branch of the jet stream is way up in Canada, so you're not getting that Arctic air coming south and really clashing with the warm air with the southern branch. The northern branch of the jet's way up in Canada, so that's why this one is so warm. You just have this stratiform rain on the northwest side. That's why you're talking about tornado potential, especially near the coast. I'm gonna have to get near the coast, that's for sure, I think, to realize that tornado potential. And it's probably gonna wait another hour or two before that surface-based instability is able to work its way onshore, if that even happens. Well, we've already had a tornado warning earlier today, so it's possible that as these mesocyclones move into this stable air near the coastal front, that they might be able to drill it in through the dynamic pipe. And you can get some damage even. It only takes one tornado to cause problems. Probably will end up near Cape Fear this evening. Up near Wilmington area even. That was where I intercepted my first hurricane back in 2000, Hurricane Floyd. We had no phone, no vehicle. That was before the time of cell phones back then, and I was about 20 years old, and we holed up in a mobile home. Windows blew out, Category 2 hurricane, and thankfully a couple days later, Ernest came and picked us up. Ooh, we got flooding on the right here.
Hey guys, just jumping in really fast. Welcome to the stream on this Sunday. Yep, NFL games are starting, but this is starting faster. This you can see over here. It looks like kind of part of a hurricane. There's, as Reed said, there's like massive flooding happening. Tornadoes very possible here. I will show you very quickly here the SPC area. So this is the SPC area. This is what's in question here. This thin area here, this yellow section, is the slight risk for tornadoes. There's a 5% risk for tornadoes here, and that doesn't mean there's only 5% chance to see that one tornado will happen. There's 5% risk spread across this whole section. So let us know where you're from in chat here. Is anybody in the warning area? Please be careful. And welcome, Team Dominator, once again. Back to Reed.
That little bounce, that little shimmy with the Dominator 4, I think I got wheel bearing or brake issue. It drives smooth for a few seconds when I tap on the brakes, and then sometimes when I just keep driving smooth, and then it'll start vibrating again. But that can be a little bit of an issue with hydroplaning, because as that front end will bounce up, sometimes it'll give you a little space between the wheels and the road, so that's why I got to take it extra slow here. But working my way into the western edge of this convective plume. Imagine if there was cold air to work with for this system. If we had a lot of cold Arctic air surging southward, we'd be talking about a very heavy band of snow somewhere on the cold side of the system. But the northern branch of the jet is way out in Canada, and we are in full-blown flood and tornado mode here this Sunday fun day. Go Lions! One fry. I might have to work my way closer to the coast at some point. I was hoping that this system would move a little bit more slowly than it was. Good job, Brian. Breaking down that slight risk. Just dominating. You can see that slight risk extends all the way through Cape Fear and out to the North Carolina Outer Banks. I'm right in the southwestern portion of that risk area right now, working my way off to the northeast. Flash flood warning right now. Most of the convection, interesting convection, is just offshore so far, so it's going to take a while for this thing really to ramp up. Looks like it's going to be hugging the coast too. Some of that steady rain is all the way up through the Columbia area, almost up to Greenville. Lighter, more drizzle up in Greenville. Interrupted Gizmo stool production earlier today. He doesn't like to go to the bathroom when it's wet. We're going to need that 60 to 70 knot low-level jet to continue to slam into that coastal front, cause it to migrate a little bit inland. I'm passing the Bull Island Ferry right now. Probably should pop up there and check it out, but I'm worried we'll lose the signal as I'm going off to the northeast. I don't think there was much tornadic activity over the Florida Peninsula last night. Too much stable air dominated the Florida Peninsula overnight. You really need just a little bit of surface-based instability, but it was probably like a degree or two away from being a bigger tornado event last night across the central Florida Peninsula, even the southern part. Additional risk of tornadoes and damaging winds is forecast today from the South Carolina upper coast toward coastal Carolina. The risk is conditional on air mass recovery, and a watch may be considered. So all depends on if that surface space instability is able to work its way onshore. Later today, gradual warming is expected as a warm front shifts north along the coast. As winds veer to the east, then to the southeast, it could push that warm front onshore. More unstable air mass would support a risk of tornadoes, as shear is going to remain strong. Along with satellite imagery to determine when a potential watch may be needed later on today. All right, Brian. Brian's going to be stepping away from the helm for a few minutes, or about 30 minutes. And he'll be back again. I'm going to continue to push it off to the northeast. We're back. Yeah. Doing some data issues as they're headed off to the northeast here. We're back. Ryan will be back soon. That interior camera, does it? This is kind of a remote area of the coastline here between Charleston and Myrtle Beach, so if I do lose you, it'll only be temporary, but just because I'm trying to head out to the upper South Carolina coast where there is a threat of some tornadoes. We've already had one tornado warning so far today. Storm Prediction Center is going to be monitoring this area the next few hours for the issuance of a tornado watch. If that surface-based instability comes ashore, then we're going to have tornado potential. If it stays offshore, it's going to be more of a heavy rainmaker, coastal flooding though. You got to watch if those easterly winds, if you live along the coast, including Myrtle Beach up to Cape Fear, Wrightsville Beach, if those easterly winds shift to a southerly direction, any southerly component, then it probably means that warm front's pushing through. Passing the Cape Romaine Wildlife Refuge up here. Beautiful part of the coastline. High fire danger. That shows you the drought conditions that are in place down here across the southeast, and this rainfall is much needed. It's definitely got some positives to it. This steady soaking rainfall here is very important for soil moisture recharge. And there is a pretty high fire danger down here. These big pine forests down here in the South Carolina low country. Hopefully everybody's having a great holiday season. Thanks for dominating that like button. We need that like button to be dominated. That's the only way to keep these screens dominating. I know we got Sunday Night Football coming up too, but we have storm chase mode to go through this afternoon with. Very easily could get one of those landfalling water spouts. Thought it was going to be happening down here with that convective plume. Some of the forecast models yesterday were showing a more slowly evolving upper level storm system, more slowly evolving surface low, and it kind of showed that surface space instability to move onshore across eastern South Carolina. Definitely some tornado potential. I'm near the western edge of the convective plume, and we're actually starting to see cloud ceilings lift a little bit as I get closer. You can see how dark it is right in front of me. That's probably going to be mixing down some of those stronger winds. Oh, really? A cruise ship? I believe it. Yeah, there's a lot of winds out there, a lot of big wind. Especially out over the Gulf of Mexico and now over the Atlantic as it's intensifying. You get big wind fields with these extratropical systems, bigger wind fields and hurricanes. You can see I'm getting into the convective plume. Rainfall rates are getting heavier again, up to that 1 to 2 inch per hour mark. It's happening. Gotta watch out for hydroplaning. Oh, there's a little bit of lightning for you. How about that? A little dose of that for you. Coastal system. I'm telling you, if any of that strong shear is able to interact with a surface-based storm, probably the upper South Carolina coast up to Cape Fear, North Carolina Outer Banks, it'll have the potential to produce a tornado. Only takes one. A very strong low-level shear in place in this event. Sounds good, Connor. See you soon. How about a little more? Yeah, I ended up having to leave Gizmo at my mom's place up in upstate South Carolina. She had kind of a slow morning and didn't drive earlier today. So Gizmo is the #1 storm chaser. She's been through all kinds of storms, nor'easters and tornadoes and Category 5 hurricane. She's my storm chasing dog. But she's 15 years old, so she's taking it easy a little bit today. Not everybody can chase this diehard. I've probably only got about 20 to 30 years of this hardcore storm chasing. left in the tank. Those advancements, maybe 40 to 50. Big flooding back on the right over there. Some of these low-lying areas across eastern South Carolina definitely could have inundation of homes too. Some of this flooding. Church here. Gotta be kidding me, gotta be kidding me, gotta be kidding me, gotta be kidding me. Could get 4 to 8 inches of rainfall total out here where this thing persists. Down near Charleston, near the Harbor, College of Charleston area out there. Oh, houses out there in the designer boots, probably walking through the floodwaters. But the cold front's coming in, the temperature's about to decrease in Charleston back down this front, and it's even decreasing where I am in the middle of the convection of 58. That unstable air is just offshore and it's working its way toward the coastline. As those easterly winds shift to a southeasterly direction, forecast models are showing that surface basin stability to come ashore across the upper coastline of South Carolina and across the North Carolina Outer Banks. In this area in between Charleston and Myrtle Beach, if you go a little bit further inland on Highway 17, I'm going to be going through the Georgetown area too, and I really want to drop down closer to the coastline. So I wouldn't be surprised if I end up to the Myrtle Beach area, maybe up to Riceville Beach. Live stream, welcome. It's Sunday, fun day, everybody. Hopefully we were able to stay live while Brian is running some errands. Oh, this storm right in front of me is going nuts over McClellanville. But that convective line was more oriented north-south, and I would think that the surface flow is deepening more rapidly. It kind of has that southwest and northeast tilt right now, which tells me that's kind of more of a gradual deepening of the surface flow. It's all kinds of stuff you can interpret from looking at radar data. You can kind of infer the surface map, radar trends and everything too. It's a pretty amazing sight. Yeah, we're doing that flash flood warning that got issued. I'm closing in on McClellanville right now. My crotch is just soaked. You know, standing out shooting that last gas live, I had a big pool of floodwater coming off that top of the gas station and it hit me right in the crotch. So it's not going to be a comfortable day today, folks. And this work is not for everybody. Starting to come into that section here over McClellanville. I drive by myself the vast majority of the time, everybody. I can't really speed because this thing is bouncing so bad anyway. But as you can see, I'm getting closer to this convective line. Conditions are starting to deteriorate. Over McClellanville, you're getting hammered by squalls right now. It's getting blasted by those squalls coming on shore. Yep. Yeah, I don't want to get wet. Thanks everybody for dominating that like button. It We need it here on the boot tube. The algorithms are so difficult these days, and weather sometimes pushes a little bit down the pipe, especially on a day like today, but it only takes one tornado to cause problems. Point of chasing is that there's a threat of tornadoes across the upper South Carolina coast and across the North Carolina Outer Banks. Yeah, you are getting steady rain over a large portion of the northwest quadrant of the storm, but right near the coastal areas where you can get that surface space instability coming ashore, that's where the threat of tornadoes is going to be happening, as well as the threat of flooding. But good question, man. Good question. Not. He never is on the storm front. Yeah, these are squalls. Typically kind of like a tropical depression, tropical storm type of a deal. But it's a cold core system, classic El Nino. Kind of like that 1993 event, a superstorm, but not the cold air, not the temperature gradients that you had during that event. Not nearly the bowling ball of an upper trough, but I saw some of the local media down in Florida was trying to compare it to that, but that was a South Carolina, North Carolina. Yeah, this is the Dominator 4, the same hood that got carried away from Hurricane Ian. Good point, Matthew. Check out our latest forecast video on the 2024 tornado season. I'll drop it in the chat here. Week, week, week. Your 2024 forecast video dropped in the chat. Coming into this, heavier convection over McClellanville, but the front is shifting east pretty rapidly with time. Conditions are deteriorating in this convective plume. it! Fix the focus! We're back! This is stronger than a lot of hurricanes I've chased. Flooding there. Tree down. Headed up toward Myrtle Beach, I think. I'm in the heart of this convective plume. There are a lot of squalls, a lot of flooding. 1 to 2 inch per hour rainfall rates out here. Some significant flooding possible. Difficult driving conditions out here too. Oh, people in the ditch! Gotta be kidding me with that. Very heavy rain out here. Flooding on the left and the right. Very heavy rain coming in. Big wind. You gotta be kidding me. Very heavy storm, or right kind of in what would be the hook of this thing. It looks like near Myrtle Beach that surface phase instability is going to come ashore this afternoon. That's where I'm headed right now. Guy just dominating that left lane over there. Got flooding in the middle. Flooding in the middle, see it? Coming through the pine forest. Swampland, pine. Mesoscale discussion includes Wilmington all the way up to Jacksonville to Morehead City. Very heavy rain coming in here. East of McClellanville a little bit. Out near the coastal locations, it looks like it might be clearing up a little. for joining us, folks. I am headed up through Georgetown and up Myrtle Beach. I'm in the heart of this convective line and almost an elevated supercell structure here, creating some winding rain, big winds, stronger than some tropical storms that I've covered. Storm prediction. Oh boy. Down. Flood. Grabs the driver there. Explode! Wow, you gotta be kidding me with this. Oh, he's getting over. Next one, buddy. Oh yeah, we go. Flooding. Highway 17 flight. Boom. Quite a median, sure are filling up here. 48 miles to Myrtle. In the heart of the convective plume now. Yeah, definitely some probably 2 inch per hour rainfall rates here. While you're getting this flooding. At least the ground is pretty absorptive, and it looks like you'd require about 4 to 8 inches to really cause major flooding around here to really overwhelm the short-term water cycle. It looks like that's starting to happen out here. Like this heavier convection is recoiling again, and you got to look for where that convective line is going to start migrating onshore with the clear air to the south of it. The clear air to the south of it comes onshore, then we're going to be talking about tornado potential. I think that instability is getting a little bit closer, just to my south now. Maybe out near Litchfield Beach. So we head up toward Oak Island eventually too. Up in the Carolina Outer Banks. Tree down on the right. Tree down on the right. Dead tree. Wind gusts. Those 60-knot winds getting mixed onto the surface by this storm, by this convection. Mixing. man, just rocketing in the left lane. Emergency lights on! 80 miles an hour, let's go! Woo! Wow, look at that car. Yeah, if you hit one of these puddles, you could easily end up in that puddle in the middle, nipple deep in water. Car coming up on the left again, another minivan. You gotta watch out.
Check, check. Hey guys, doing a little bit of catching up here. So we have, here's Reed, okay? Here's where Reed is, and this is pretty much what he's talking about here. So he's right on this line here. He's talking about the convective line. Looks like he's back. Anyway, do us a favor and hit the like button on your way in. Back to Reed.
Mainly puddling now, not seeing anything with much flow to it. A lot of pounding on the waterways, pulling my car right toward those puddles. .57 degrees. If that temperature spikes up to near 70, look out. Got a nice area of rotation just off to my south as well. South of Georgetown. Elevated mesocyclone. He's back. Definitely see some ponding. Puddling. Major puddling here near the Georgetown area. I'm going to head toward Polly's Island and eventually up toward Myrtle. Got to keep rocketing northeast. I'm in the Georgetown area. You can see the flooding on either side of the road. flash flood warning now in Georgetown, so I'm going to drop toward Poly Island and then up toward Myrtle Beach and the upper South Carolina coast, up through southeastern North Carolina, up through Cape Fear. That's where it looks like the tornado threat's going to ramp up first. So I got to try to get up through Myrtle Beach and eventually up toward Oak Island, but I'm just keeping pace in this convective line. I'd like to get ahead of it though, ideally. If I get ahead of this convective line, that's when the tornado potential is really going to ramp up. Definitely see the flooding though on either side of the road here. Oh yeah, here it is. No, this is it. Flooding, folks. Yeah, so I'm gonna, through Georgetown, I'm gonna drop down toward the coast. And we're gonna go all the way up toward Myrtle Beach. And if that warm air is able to come ashore out there, then we're gonna be talking about a tornado festival. Smells like onions out here. Definitely flooding in that home back there, folks. Definitely some flooding here. I gotta keep going northeast though. Some crews that are waiting over there, maybe some power crews.
Jumping in really fast here. Let me bring him down for 1 second, going right back to Reed, but obviously with the interruptions, it's all right now. So here is Reed, and you saw he's going Poly Islands, Myrtle, and then Oak Island. So Myrtle, here he is. Here's where he's been coming from, down the south here, and you can see that flash flood warning, that green box right there. That's at Myrtle Beach. And then you heard him say again, if that warm air can come ashore, the tornado threat's going to go way up. So if you're in the area, be paying attention to this, because Reed used the term tornado fest. It may not happen, but there's, you know, it can if this warm air comes ashore here. So back to Reed.
Gotta be along the river. The winds really increase as you go up a little bit. Oh yeah, blows down here. Something. It's like a fire truck. Oh yeah, we got swamped cars, folks. Yes, sir. Yep. Trying to tell me to take the hazard street here. Definitely a flood situation here in Georgetown. Just getting started. Oh, boy. Police blocking the road on the right over here. Oh yeah, vehicle stranded over there, folks. They're over at the church getting all their gear, it looks like. Major flooding on the right and left. Let me get back on the 17 here.
All right, guys, just while Reed is getting back on, here is basically what we're looking at here. You see this this big green box here. This is the flash flood warning. And you can see below me here, you know, all capitalized. This is a dangerous situation, so don't go out if you don't try to go through any of these places where there's flooding. Turn around, don't drown, all that good stuff. Yeah, be careful out there today. And back to Reed.
Shoot an ASLAB quick.
All right, so you see over here, we see some cars that are, you know, obviously they're flooded out. They're stranded right now. This is in Georgetown, South Carolina. And this is kind of stage one of what could be kind of two major stages today. The second stage could be tornadoes. If the warm air comes ashore, that's something to look out for. But you could see, obviously, the area has its hands full already. Right now, Reed is recording an ASLive, so he's probably just jumped out of the car. If you want to see it, you could probably jump on his Twitter, and he's got it. He'll tweet it out in a second here. But this is his. I'm going to swap things for a second here. So you see, we'll go right back to Reed as soon as he starts moving, or as soon as I hear him. Here is his. Here is his chase so far. Here's our chase so far. Welcome, all Team Dominator members. Thank you very much for joining us today. Okay, Reed's turn around. You can see he started in Charleston, heading north. He's going to North Myrtle Beach here, and he's probably going to continue to right here, back to Reed.
This is out near the Sitco. Whoa. That is all flooded out there.
So you can see where we are here. We're right in the heart of Georgetown here. Zooming out, you can see the whole system. And again, we're headed here. But right now, we are in the heart of Georgetown here. Georgetown, South Carolina. All right, looks like we are frozen for a second here. We'll be right back. Here we are.
That fire truck just ran into those floodwaters that I think is submerged. I could probably go through that too. I'm just not going to. I want to get to Polly's Island. We're going to go to this main drag up here. Cut right. The historic waterfront of Georgetown is flooded out, folks. Almost through the flood. Around it at least, not through it. Georgetown, South Carolina, trying to get up toward Myrtle Beach. Yeah, a lot of emergency vehicles out here right now. Be exceeding the half a foot threshold. 600 feet and try to take a left. $300. Back on 17, headed toward Pawleys Island, eventually up toward Myrtle Beach. I'm hearing that the coastal flooding's pretty bad in Pawleys Island right now. Big wave action. All right, just trying to get east. Pawleys Island's only 13 miles from here. we're going to be bending toward the coast. Big flood, if we get through the flood. Whoa, that guy just had some issues there. Good thing he's got a truck. Stranded. Gotta be kidding me with this. They're turning off, it looks like. Shutting it down. Maybe just going to Mickey D's. About to go down toward the waterfront here. All right, here I am. So I think that marine front, that coastal front is still just a little bit offshore, but headed down toward Polly Island here, folks. Let's fix the focus on this. Yeah, severe thunderstorm warning just to the northeast, Litchfield Beach. Trying to catch it. That thing's got a chance of producing a tornado up there already. Garden City Beach, Myrtle Beach area. Try and get up there. Probably gonna have a tornado warning issued momentarily. Just ahead of me. See if I can catch it. I'm stuck in that flooding a little bit. I think that's gonna end up being a big problem. Flash flood warning extended to 5:15. Storm is just in front of me. Finally becoming surface base. A tornado warning just issued. Myrtle Beach. Radar indicated. Just in front of me.
Guys, just jumping in for a second here. So that noise that you're hearing, well, Reed's frozen for half a second here. He'll be back in a moment. With that little noise you keep hearing, because there's such a hydroplaning threat. Reed is, I believe, he's like hugging the shoulder quite a bit. So that's what that is. But so he's back. I'll go to him in 1 second here. But we do have a tornado warning now. This is the first of the day. That's this red box right here, and that includes Carolina Forest, Longs, Little River, North Myrtle Beach, Windy Hill Beach, Myrtle Beach. Looks like Reed's frozen again here, but yeah, this is the first tornado warning of the day here. And you see we have a little bit of everything. Okay, let's change. Here we go. So if we look on this map here, we could say we have a green box, and that's a flash flood warning. We have this yellow box, and that's the severe thunderstorm warning. That's what leads to tornado warnings, really, and that's the red box that we have right here, this tornado warning. And you can see Reed is on his way to this area here right now. Thank you, Team Dominator members. If you're in the area, if you're definitely take this seriously, because these tornadoes can set down pretty quickly here. Reed called this tornado warning a bit ahead of time. It may be that some of that warm air that we talked about before is making its way to shore. So Reed will be back in a moment here. But let's look generally at this convective line here. And to that, we go over here. So this is this convective line that's coming in right here. And you see it's just, as Reed puts it a lot of times, it's just a fire hose. It's just like a fire hose, just dumping water all along here. And so on this feed, we could see there's all of this is all under flash flood warning. So that is an area that it's, well, let me start here. It's about 100 miles of coastline here. That's under flash flood warning. So definitely to be taken seriously. We already saw a bunch of cars, vehicles flooded out. We saw what might have been a fire truck actually flooded out. Not sure if it was just parked there or if it was flooded out. Okay, Reed's coming back here. Here we go.
Tornadoes go through the Myrtle Beach area, including Carolina Beach. That was that squall I've been chasing this whole time, but because of the flooding, whoa, pieces of a car got ripped apart on that flood back there even. But yeah, we got an observed tornado, a TDS, tornado debris signature in Myrtle Beach. Carolina Beach just had a TDS, tornado debris signature on that. There's another storm just to my southeast that's starting to intensify as well, out in Litchfield Beach. I think anything along this boundary is going to have the potential of producing tornadoes, especially now as that surface space instability is starting to come ashore. So this is the first confirmed tornado of this event. West side of Myrtle Beach, Carolina Beach, Brian. Another one's developing too on the southwest side of Myrtle. That tornado continues, but there is some rotation developing just off Murrells Inlet. Also just to my southwest, near DeBordo. That's starting to intensify too. So all of this is starting to come ashore, folks. We've already had one confirmed tornado now in the Myrtle Beach area. That's where I'm heading. That's my target. I'm about 20 miles to the southwest of it. Caught up in a lot of this flooding here as I'm headed off to the northeast. Gonna have to get gas in Myrtle too. And yeah, it does appear that this convection is starting to work onshore now. Holly Beach, a lot of strong onshore flow right now. I'm hearing that wave action is big. Right into those easterly winds. So, I mean, you've got rapid west to east motion in those storms, moving into those surface easterly. Just extreme low-level inflow for these supercell storms. Anything that comes ashore is going to have the potential of producing a tornado. I'm passing Pawleys Island right now, folks. Active tornado warning, Myrtle Beach. Live location in progress. I'm going to keep going and try to run into this convective line and a possible tornado along its interface. And right now we have got this convective line that has triggered a tornado warning and a confirmed tornado in Myrtle Beach. We're very close to the Carolina Beach area, west side, north, right into Myrtle. Causing quite a bit of damage, it looks like. No confirmed reports of damage yet. I'm on Pawleys Island. Moving off to the northeast toward Myrtle, trying to catch this convective line. Would have had it. That flood didn't derail our northeast progress there in Georgetown, but probably would have been just in the southwest side of it. And some of this convection off to my southeast is really starting to rotate as well, so I think we're just getting started with a tornado. There's another tornado warning. Flash flood emergency just got issued here. Flash flood emergency, folks. I'll take that, Brian. Flash flood emergency has been issued. Sandbags. He must have been getting ready. Flash flood emergency has been issued, including eye location right here. Probably back to Georgetown as well. Loco, eat, drink, celebrate! Hey! I'm continuing to go northeast toward Myrtle until I can get a cloud base.
Right, so you just saw that, and you see that behind me here, that this is a flash flood emergency. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Seek higher ground now. It's life-threatening flash flooding, heavy rain producing flash flooding. Impact, this is a particularly dangerous situation. Again, it is, so we have the flash flood emergency, and then we also... Up here, we also have a tornado warning and a severe warning, and there's probably more coming. So if you're in the area, get to higher ground, hunker down. Don't go, don't go out. Don't try to cross a flooded road. Turn around. Don't drown. Back to Reed.
Yeah, the worst flooding I've seen so far was in Georgetown. I wonder if that was what triggered the flash flood emergency. Reserved for the most significant of flood issues. Getting into the very heavy rain here now. Gotta keep going northeast.
So this is where Reed is right here. He's just crossed into the severe area. He's also in a flash flood warning area here, actually, that we see better on this feed. Reed is about right here. He's in Pawleys Island right now. And if you're wondering where he is, it's always on the bottom of the screen. You'd see his heading is northeast, right? So he's heading this way. It's warm there. It's good to keep an eye on the temperature, see if it's going up or down. If it's going up, then the tornado threat is going up. And then we also have, so we have the flash flood emergency. Reed is here, flash flood emergency. We also have another flash flood warning box here. We have a severe warning here, and we have a tornado warning here. So there's a lot going on. And it's going to keep going for a while here. If we zoom out, and we'll go back to Reed as soon as he is unfrozen here. But this is this system here, and we're going to animate it for you here. I'll also start to show you a feed that we don't show that often, but it'll be like accumulated rainfall. And so while we're waiting for Reed, let's look at that. So this is just 1 hour of accumulation here. And it's a lot. So this is 1 hour of accumulation, and that's right here. That's 3.5 inches in 1 hour. And if you're like me and don't really know exactly what that means, that's a lot. That's a lot. And it has a significant impact. And you could see that this whole area is just getting dumped on. And we could actually see it happening if we animate this here. So we could see the system coming on shore. It's dumping rain. It's continuing to dump rain, and it's just going to keep going. So those are this accumulated rainfall feed. We're going to keep jumping into this, and we're going to see more yellow, and we're going to see orange, and we're going to see red in these as the rainfall continues to accumulate. Because we have, again, we have this whole fire hose here, and it's all just moving north and dumping rain. So we're going to read in 1 second, but just giving you the last part of this. Yeah, this whole fire hose right there is just dumping all this. Back to Reed.
Hours on that flash flood emergency back behind me. Myrtle Beach is getting rocked with very, very heavy rain right now, too. Flash flood warning just has gotten issued, too, in Myrtle. Trying to decide if I should have flash flood emergency or if I should head right up into Myrtle Beach. I think eventually there's going to be a flash flood emergency in Myrtle as well. Flash flood warning has just been issued up there. We had a confirmed tornado that came through Carolina Beach. And so I'm trying to decide if I should go back to Georgetown to cover that flash flood emergency or anticipate another one being issued up in front of me in Myrtle. That's what I'm dealing with right now. They would definitely want me to probably turn back around, but I think there's going to be another flash flood emergency in Myrtle.
Jumping in for a sec here. So that tornado warning is gone now, as you can see. So if you look on the bottom too, we show where Reed is, where he's going, the status of that. And so right now you see there's a severe warning at the target. It's supercell, but this is just kind of a huge system. And so Reed's thinking that a tornado, a flash flood emergency can continue. There may be another warning box for that. But right now, the tornado warning has expired. There's still a severe thunderstorm warning that covers from Litchfield Beach all the way up to Little River and as far in as Loris, almost to Britain's Neck. And that area also has a new green box, which is flash flood warning too. So again, now our flash flood coastline here is more than 100 miles. Now we have, as the crow flies, over 135 miles basically of beachfront under flash flood warning here, and that is because of this fire hose system that's coming in here. Thank you to Raya, I hope I'm saying that right. Thanks to the Team Dominator members. And thanks to anybody just joining us for the first time and just hitting that like button or spreading the word if you know anybody in the area to take this seriously today, because you may know that there's a lot of rain right now, but they may not know that there's also tornado potential, which we already had a radar confirmed tornado not too long ago, probably about 5 minutes ago, the warning expired, but that was radar confirmed through debris. So anyway, we're back to Reed in a few. He'll be back. He always comes back. But let's kind of zoom out and look at the area again today. So here's the area, right? Here are these fine United States. And this is the warning area that the SPC issued. And we have this slight risk area. It looks like Reed is coming back. So I will go to him. Looks like we're good. I'll go back to Reed. And we're focused. Back to Reed.
Hello, everybody. Flash flood emergencies are going out down here in the Carolinas. Got this severe thunderstorm warning too in Myrtle. Things trying to produce, but that lead storm that dropped the tornado seems to have pushed it offshore a little bit. We got a severe thunderstorm warning. I'm seeing some of these water spouts down near Pawleys Island, thinking about dropping down there after Georgetown to check it out. Flash flood emergency here. Plume just continues to hammer that Georgetown area. Monitoring surface trends to see if that convective line is able to move on shore at all. It's right along the coastal front. Flash flood emergency. We're headed back toward Pawleys Island to sample some of these water spouts and to cover this flash flood emergency. Catastrophic flooding anticipated in Georgetown. tornado if the flooding didn't slow me down here on Highway 17. Minutes out. Some of the police maybe, oh yeah, this is a power outage here on Polly's Island. I think this is where near where that tornado touched down. Big fire hose of rain coming into this area.
All right, so we'll go right back to Reed once he's back. But here again, first, thanks for everybody else joining. We go back to Reed as soon as we get him back. But again, we have this flash flood emergency centered with Georgetown, but going all the way up to Murrells Inlet, almost all the way down to McClellanville. McClellanville has its own flash flood warning. But again, this one is, if we just look at the warnings right now, let me bring up this view, make it a little easier. So we have well, it's behind me, but we have a severe thunderstorm warning. We have one in Australia. We have two in Australia. Not helpful right now. But then we have flash flood, South Carolina, flash flood, South Carolina, and then flash flood emergency, of course, right here. And so Reed is back to Reed.
Emergency has been issued. The heaviest portion of the plume is just off to my left. Thought about dropping down to Polly's Island here, but another 10 miles. Should be where all that catastrophic flooding was on Highway 17. Yeah, here over the next few hours, I just expect this fire hose to continue dumping 1 to 2 inch per hour rainfall rates. And the flash flood emergency is only going to get worse. You're going to see some of these big problems up here. Then I'll drop toward Polly's Island. There's also the storm surge potential too. When I go quiet, I'm working on things, navigating, looking at target, looking at radar, looking at hourly precip. Trying to get my drone out too. Got it. Boom. Shakalaka. Yeah, so I'm headed back to Georgetown, Brian. I know that there's confirmed big problems flooding back there, but I also think that that convective line might be able to move on shore back toward Polly Island. I'm going to scope out that flooding along the riverfront and then drop toward Polly's Island. Up toward Myrtle as well. Watch out, that lead storm near North Myrtle Beach. Headed toward Oak Island, Bald Head Island. Watch out. It's got serious water spout potential. It's like the low-level jet's trying to increase back behind me again, too, on this portion of the line. On coastal flooding. Yeah, I don't see this getting any better. I'm going to drop toward Polly's Island after this and then try to catch some of those water spouts coming ashore. Big onshore flow down there, too.
So jumping in really fast here, this is the new tornado watch. This was immediate broadcast requested tornado watch outline, and yeah, this is new. Probability table, probability of 2 or more tornadoes, 50%. Probability of 1 or more strong EF2 to EF5 tornadoes, 30%. Probability of 10 or more severe wind events, 40%. Probability of 6 or more combined severe hail and wind events, 60%. So this is the area that we are in right now. Actually, it's a bit to the slightly to the north here, but Reed is currently he's just north east of Georgetown. Excuse me. Right, so Reed is just about down here. He's turning back. He's checking out Georgetown again because that flash flood emergency. But now we have this new tornado watch here that Reed also called. So back to Reed.
Now, folks. Onshore flow. I'm right where that surface low is located. That 994. base instability is having trouble coming to shore here. Yeah, that large tornado watch area is for the North Carolina Outer Banks.
Right, just jumping in. If you're jumping on like Twitter now or something like that, you can see there's a massive amount of flash flooding, all over the place, and we're headed back to kind of the worst of it, where we were before in Georgetown, and that is the flash flood emergency that is still going here, and so we are. I just wanted to. You know what? I'm jumping back to read. Be right back.
There is heavy rain! There is heavy rain! There is heavy rain! There is heavy rain! There is heavy.
Yeah, we already had a tornado today. That was a radar indicated with a debris signature. So there was already one tornado today. And then, of course, we have the new tornado watch that's a bit to the north that extends basically from Little River all the way up to Elizabeth City, all the way to Kill Devil Hills, Nags Head area, and inland, of course. So there's a large area under a tornado watch now with this system. We already had a tornado today, and we have, as you can see, flash flooding emergency going on from Murrells Island almost to Hemingway, all the way down to Jamestown, and all the way down to McClellanville.
Over the next few miles, big time fire hose coming into this area. coming back into Georgetown. Gonna have to get the bird in the air here at some point. And then drop down to Pawleys Island. Big fire hose pumping up. Classic flash flood emergency. This is like the tornado emergency of flooding. Only reserved for the most catastrophic of floods. And it looks like down near that waterfront, under very deep water down in Georgetown. I was right down there on Highway 17, right when that flash flood emergency was issued. Doubled back. I was headed up into Myrtle. Forgot that I need gas too. Right. Almost running out of gas too here. Major coastal storm coming right up the Carolinas here. Next stop is the North Carolina Outer Banks. Big wind area here. The wind seems to be subsiding in the heart of this fire hose. Here we go, coming into Georgia. 1.4 miles to the mega flood. Looking for the flood down here near the harbor. Couple of lights. Probably get gas right here. Unless they're without power. Nope, all good. Here we go.
All right, so Reed is refueling here. I just wanted to take a minute to thank several folks today. Hunter, good luck on today's storm chase, Reed. Ethan Alexander, whose grandparents live in Somerville. Jeremy Freeman, who's been a member for 11 months. Thanks very much, Jeremy. We appreciate it. The WX Store, lunch on me. WX Store puts out some good gear. Check it out. And Laughs Daily, Never Stop Chasing, Daniel Vinoy, Reed Deisterman, hello, sir. Rhea, thank you very much. Grandma Sheila, we appreciate it. I love Carly Shea, Michelle Lawrence, Raya, Tracking with Michael. Okay, so this is the fire hose. It's still going. It's just gonna kind of sit there for a while and just be sending this convective line into the area here. And the tornado watch area is a bit to the north here. Let me let's bring the watch up on this. So here's the watch area. You can see it looks a little bit different on different programs, but the message is the same. And that was there was a probability of 2 or more tornadoes. The SPC put it at 50% in this area. Probability of 1 or more strong tornadoes, which would be an EF2 to EF5, is 30%. Probability of 6 or more combined severe hail wind events, 60%. So the area is getting hammered today. So if you're in the area, I hope that you're hunkered down, comfortable, and ride it out. It is, it's to some on the stream. It just wow, it's a bunch of rain. This is a massive amount of rain. This is a flash flood emergency. We have tornado warnings. We already had a confirmed tornado today, and here we go. So Reed is back. Thank you to the members. Welcome to the stream. If this is your first time watching, this is what it is on the ground here. Back to Reed.
The local fire department was really scrambling just as this thing was issued. We were down there at the waterfront. Yeah, there's a Corvette getting swamped right there too. We're here. Vehicle swamped on the left up here. Wow. Wow. Turn around, don't drown, folks. Turn around, do not drown. Taking a left at this light. This is 17 southbound. Oh yeah, we got a mega flood here. Big problems. Is light broken? No. Swamped. The guy's charging it. Whoa! Oh, his whole thing is swamped. Not good over there. He's got a big wave in front of the car. Good heavens. Not good, eh? Get through this, it should be okay, a little higher ground. Oh, you got enough space. You're good, you got 6 inches. Probably could go for it though. Okay. You too. Good luck! Some go left! Whoa! Gotta go slow. Woo! Dang, man. That up there too.
Guys, just jumping in because we always have somebody in chat saying like, "Oh, this is normal. It's rain." This is not normal. Okay, so this is just in from our Connor Croft here. The storm has a chance to break December low pressure records all along the southeast coast. He's now looking for specific records, but he's not seeing anything official just yet. He's also saying it's also strange that it's December and there isn't enough cold air for snow on the backside of the system, probably due to El Nino. New England will likely see 60 to 65 mile per hour wind gusts on Monday, which is crazy, and may break some wind records, wind gust wise. And of course, all the flooding that we're seeing right here. So this is not normal. Yes, they do get rain there. They do get tropical systems there. They get obviously hurricanes there, but it's December. And these are the low pressure. We may see a record. Now it's kind of hard to see pressure, but you see the results of it. So back to Reed.
Oh yeah, they're trying to just drive. Swamped vehicles on the left over here. Not gonna be able to make this, I don't think. Gotta take it slow and he can make it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Gets the Dominator 4. Squeakity, squeak, squeak, squeak. It's the Dominator boat. Yes! A lot of flow here, a lot of freshwater flow coming toward that. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Bad flooding. There's got to be some life-threatening flooding around here too right now, folks. There's just too much water, especially down near the waterfront. Flash flood emergency here in Georgetown. Turn around, don't drown. I'm a trained professional. Do not do as I do out here. Christmas lights. flooding, coastal flooding. Headed back toward the waterfront again. You're going to see the closure up here, the flood on 17. Oh yeah, several feet deep up ahead even. SWAT vehicles all over the place, left and right. Just right along the waterfront here. Oh, much heavier rain coming in too. It is starting to move on shore a little bit, so I wonder if the tornado threat could ramp up even here. Back on 17, I think. No, just north.
Back to Reed when he comes back here, but you could see Reed is trying to navigate his way out of Georgetown, and there are some. I mean, obviously, this is a flooding emergency. It's an official term from the SPC. This is a flash flood emergency in Georgetown, so you could see that a lot of roads are just impassable. But Reed is negotiating his way out. He will be back in a second here once the connectivity improves. But let's zoom back out. And you heard me say that before about that this could be a low pressure record for December in kind of the southeast United States. And it looks like this same system has set some December records in the Florida Peninsula in terms of how low the pressure gets. So like low pressure, basically stuff is kind of flows to the low pressure area and stuff happens in an incredible oversimplification. But we're seeing some records now, and we're also seeing flash flood emergencies. We are seeing, let me go back to this here, and we'll go here. This is the overview. We could still see, Reed is coming back here. Here he is in this bold green box here. This is Georgetown. Just to be clear, Reed isn't stuck right now. Some people are saying he is. He's not stuck right now. He's just basically, he's taking a minute to zoom out and look at the larger system at work and try to figure out, okay, which place should we head to? And then also considering what he's been seeing around Georgetown of how he could easily get there. So he's not stuck. Chase continues, and this day is going to continue. It probably is going to increase too with the possibly the amount of tornadoes. There's going to be more tornadoes, most likely, or kind of 50% this afternoon here. So let's jump back to Reed.
You're looking toward the waterfront. Vehicles are swamped here. Several feet deep, the water up there. And this is right along 17. I want to get a little bit closer, but it's a little bit too dangerous right now, folks. The fire hose of moisture continues. Rainfall rates out here.
And for those of you who aren't, maybe are looking at it on a small screen, that in the middle there, that's a submerged vehicle. That's how deep that water is, and that's how fast it could come up. So you know that Reed is smart about where he's going, and he's saying he wants to make it towards the waterfront, but right now it's too dangerous. You don't drive into water like this. You turn around, don't drown. But he's going to negotiate his way around where he needs to go.
Flash flood emergency, and that's solid green. Litchfield Beach, Georgetown, Garden City Beach. And you can start, just look at that plume right there, folks, as this low pressure is trying to really grind right along the coastline. Little River, no power, massive flooding as well. Seen all kinds of flooding out here. McClellanville getting hammered. Another big time plume is coming in here. Very heavy preset. I guarantee you down there near Front Street it is nasty. Wood Street, Front Street, that's where I'm probably going to be heading next. See if I can get us there. Stand by. Flash flood emergency in effect for 3 hours. I think there's some homes that are probably getting flooded out along Front Street back there.
Just pointing out, you see this right here, that little white spot, that I believe that's water just churning up out of the sewers there. And now you can see some waves. That's a big truck coming. It's a mess down there.
Now it's stuck. Go, it's not turning. This is only going to get worse. I think we're just getting started here.
All right, Reed's frozen. He'll be back in a second. I will just kind of review from the 10,000 foot level what we have today here. So this is the SPC warning area that was issued way earlier. So this is the area that they were concerned about. It has a slight risk. This whole area is slight risk of tornadoes. I'll get you some exact numbers on that, but things have progressed since then. Now we have a standby. Now we have an error. But now we have another error here. Okay, so let's jump over here. Reed's coming back. He'll be here in a sec. But this is, I mean, you know, you don't even need to be a meteorologist or even that much of a weather enthusiast to notice this is the fire hose that is just, it's just dumping water and water and water. But along with that, you also have right here and right here, those are severe thunderstorm warnings. Those are things that can happen before tornadoes. Reed is back. Let's go to Reed. But this is the tornado watch area up here.
Oh boy, all kinds of people getting stuck out here. He's backing up. Submarine! And then the Piggly Wiggly. We're now in the parking lot of the Piggly Wiggly, folks. Some high ground here. Back up, shoot an ass live here. Oh, that pickup just slammed in that water. Oh my God. Look at that guy go.
So as Reed is doing his as live update here, you can see this feed behind the screens right now. This is digital storm total accumulation. So it's how much rain has fallen, and you could see, you know, it's a loop. So this is start of the day here, or start of this loop, and we could see where it ends up here. This is Georgetown. This is where we are. And all these colors mean heavier and heavier rainfall. And so you could see it's really concentrated right here. And that is, now this is storm total accumulation, 10 inches. But let's do 1 hour accumulation here. 1 hour accumulation right here. That yellow spot is 3.5 inches here. Let's see where Reed is exactly. So where Reed is exactly, he's looking at about 1.75 inches of rain in 1 hour in the past hour. Here's Reed.
I think I can get out to the backside of the Piggly Wiggly here. Should have brought my bathing suit. Talking to me. There's the landscape company, Antley's Landscaping. Oh, there you go. Okay, buddy. He's turning around. It's just too deep. All right, we got around it. And now I'm going to be headed down toward that Front Street area. I think the flooding's pretty bad out there. That's where I think most of the resources are getting devoted right now. State police. State police. Water's rising. Same area where I was just a little bit ago. Right next to the smoke shop here.
So just jumping in to show you that we kind of rarely show this view, but this is where Reed is, and he's trying to get to this Front Street area, which is down by the waterfront. So he's kind of matriculating his way over there. Don't go out there. Don't try this. If you're interested, just sit back and watch the stream and the NFL games today. People are wondering where this is. It's always down right here, Georgetown, South Carolina. We also have our target. Our target is actually kind of now that front street. Or down by the waterfront. So Reed is making his way there. But the info is always there. Also, that graphic says flash flood warning is because we actually don't have a graphic that says flash flood emergency, which this is. But this is not just a warning, this is a flash flood emergency in Georgetown. Yeah, somebody in the chat said it. The rain is still coming. This is one of those slow motion disasters. So it's just, you just see it. It's just going to keep going. But this is unfortunately not the peak of this event. One last time and I'll jump out. It's this fire hose. It's just still going, still dumping water on the area. This one thing right above me here. And this is the area we're in. So it's Georgetown right there.
Myself in trouble with this flooding either. Wreckers all over the place, pulling people out. And then going back behind Mickey D's. Mickey D's on. Mickey D's on. Mickey D's. This is general zone that's flooded. Going back around. Flash flood emergency continues here. Very moist. And yeah, it doesn't look like the front is surging anymore, as that low is starting to intensify. Take a right up here at this light. Trying to head down toward Front Street. We're working Highway 17 there, which is obviously closed. Gotta go slow. You don't want that wave coming up over top your car, like I had back there. Like I have right now. I got one of those too. Keep it slow. I think some of these structures right along the river are probably getting swamped. Actually right up there by that stop sign. That's Front Street. And off to the right, there's big flooding.
So jumping in really fast, we're trying to get to Front Street with Reed. There are people in chat there saying, to be fair, Georgetown can flood fairly easily in a normal thunderstorm, but this is not a normal thunderstorm. There are records being broken. We have this storm surge this storm is also bringing a storm surge. This is in from Connor Croft. Charleston just recorded its fourth highest storm surge tide on record. So we're going to keep going. Back to Reed. We are trying to get to the waterfront now on Front Street here in Georgetown, the center of the flash flood emergency.
It's actually a little bit higher. I know. Thank you, sir.
Jumping in, so we are on Front Street right now, and Reed is trying to head. It says his heading right now is northwest, so He may be turning around. We'll see. But we want to get a little further down here on Front Street. But obviously, if it looks like Reed would swamp himself, he's not going to do that, and you shouldn't do that either. Don't be out in this. Don't charge super fast. You don't want waves going over the car. Just turn around. Don't drown. Take it seriously, because it is dangerous. It's a slow motion disaster, as we say here. Is Reed? No, hold on one second here.
This is the historic waterfront. Couple of swamp vehicles out there. It's all blocked out here, isn't it?
Yeah, somebody said it in chat, to be on the ground. There's nobody really on the ground, bringing this kind of coverage other than Reed right here. So this is boots on the ground. This is what it's like, and we're just there, and we're just watching it happen right in front of us here.
Continues. Heavy rain at about 1 to 2 inches per hour here. Per hour. Might have to go on foot, folks. See if these people make it through these waters.
Yeah, so it's possible, Reed, you heard him. He may have to proceed on foot, and we would go with him. We'll see. But this is definitely the flash flood emergency. So I put up the graphic there. That message is straight from the SPC. And so we'll put those back up periodically. But I think everybody in the area knows there's a big event going on right now. So whatever Reed does, we're going to be with him all the way. So stick around, do us a favor, hit the like button. Seems ridiculous, but it helps to get the word out and actually show people what's going on right now. So back to on the ground.
Mega flood in progress here in Georgetown. Fire hose of 1 to 2 inch per hour. Rainfall rates continue streaming up into the area. Let's go shake and bake. Baker Mayfield looks like he's doing pretty good. Bad flooding too in downtown Charleston. Heavy rain continues out here. I'm also monitoring the instability axis too. See if that comes in a little bit further. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Welcome new Team Dominator members. We have pivoted away from tornado coverage into pure flash flood mode. I'm just down here in Georgetown, South Carolina right now, trying to work some of these flood zones. The areas along Highway 17, Front Street, and this fire hose continues. Probably gonna end up with double-digit rainfall totals when it's all said and done. And this area is kind of prone to flash flooding, but I am gonna be heading toward Poly Island eventually. I just want to see if this gets a little bit worse here. I want to get the bird in the air too. If the rainfall rates will ever subside, then I can get that bird in. Shoot a quickie Aslon, folks. Gotta shoot these for Accu.
All right, guys, so Reed is doing an update right now. He is coming back in a moment here, but this is kind of an overview of this huge area being affected by this system. So you can see the pink part there is the tornado watch. So yes, there have been tornadoes today. There have been at least one. There has been at least one tornado today. There may have been a couple of more, but this is the tornado watch area in pink. We are a bit down here. We're in the green. The green is, you guessed it, it's flash flooding. And then we also have the yellow boxes here, that's severe thunderstorm warnings. And if we zoom out, if you're not in this direct area, if you zoom out, all this stuff is headed north too. So there's going to be probably lake effect snow things happening. Boston's going to get hit. This stuff is headed north. It'll be in a different form. Back to Reed.
Getting darker again as that heavier rain starting to move in. Damn, very heavy rain. Just hammering this area. That's crazy. I think of the severe threat, severe thunderstorm warnings, they're inland in eastern North Carolina, but they're not surface-based right now. In fact, there could even be a tornado threat trying to move in here, folks. Once you get into that clear air, I'm going to launch the bird. I'm going to sample the flooding, and then we're going to drop down to the coastline, and then we're going to position for water spouts. Look at that thing offshore down there, east of Charleston. Got to be kidding me with that. We're in the flash flood emergency there in Georgetown. We're going to get the bird in the air here shortly once it clears out. And then we're going to drop down maybe toward Litchfield Beach and position here for potential water spout insanity through the evening. You go, buddy. You go. Oh, okay. Here he goes. He's not. Just too deep out there. Looks like he's gonna make it through that section. He's got it. He's got it. But now the exhaust pipe is buried. Submerged. Okay, I'm about to launch. It's going to briefly subside. That's how I'm going to get the bird in the air. All right. All right, we're taking off. We got a little window here.
So we got a little window where the rain is subsiding. Reed's gonna throw up the drone right now. Yes, as some people are saying, we have lost some drones before, but hopefully we'll be able to get a bird's eye view of this area here, and hopefully we get the drone back too. But setting up. Slappy, if you do have footage, you can mention Reed on Twitter, and then he can share that. So you just saw the drone flying out there. So it looks like Reed is juggling a few things. So I think he might fly it and bring it back and show it to us. But it sounds like he's outside of the vehicle now because there's a little break in the rain. So he's trying to get the drone up fast and then bring it back fast. And once he does that, we should be able to take a look at this.
Yeah, now's the time to do it.
Man, I'm freezing.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm alright. I'm just soaked. Absolutely soaked. I got out of the window and walked through the water. I thought I was going to.
You need a ride or anything?
No, I
Okay. Here comes the precipitation again. Here comes the precipitation again.
I've never seen it.
Can I interview you for AccuWeather?
Sure.
Well, you see if I can find my phone.
Holy crap.
Thank you.
Am I going to be in the news?
Yes. If you want to be.
So it sounded like that was a local there, and he was saying, I've never seen it like this. And you know, we were saying that slow motion disaster too. If you look over there and see that submerged SUV, it's getting more and more submerged as we go. It didn't seem like there's anybody inside there. Hopefully they got to safety there, but it sounded like this guy was local, and he says he's never seen it like this before, and it's, you know, it's cold in these situations when you get out. So it's 59 degrees right there right now. And so if you get out and you're soaking wet, you go through the water, you're soaking wet, obviously, you know, you could get very cold, mild hypothermia. You could get hypothermia. It's there's a lot of things that can go wrong in this situation here, and we're kind of seeing it all play out in real time here. So Reed, for those of you joining, Reed just put up his drone as he was returning. There was a gentleman that came up here. It sounded like he was in pretty deep. It sounds like maybe his car is swamped right now, like that person's too. But this is Georgetown, South Carolina, right now, and this is the system. And you saw, we said it at the start of this stream, and this stream has been going. How long has this stream been going at this point? It started very fast. It started earlier than we thought we were going to start a stream today. But as you could see, this is the convective line, that fire hose that Reed was talking about. It's just more and more just clouds and rain and moisture just keeps forming there and does what Reed calls a convective fire hose. Here's Reed.
Good things happen to people who live here in Georgia.
Well, I'm with AccuWeather.
Hey,
Hi.
I'm Jennifer.
Reed Timmer.
You're going to be
This
in
is
the
Rick.
news.
I know. This is Rick. He was in that car out there.
Rick, that was your car?
That's my car.
He got out through the window.
Gosh. Okay, AccuWeather's my favorite app
The
ever.
window just came into the driver's compartment.
Are you serious?
I thought, honestly, I thought I was going to have to swim.
What kind of car are you in?
It's, what is it?
Yeah, what kind of car is it?
It's a Toyota Sequoia. I highly,
That's what I have.
I highly recommend them. But they're
He's on the roof, I guess.
How many cars are out there?
just mine, unfortunately.
Oh, there's more.
Are there?
There's dozens,
Where
yeah.
did you come from?
I came from upstate. Yeah, but I chased the storm, so I kind of
You
live
did.
under the
Okay.
I thought there was going to be tornado potential with the line, and there was one tornado in Myrtle Beach, and I almost got to it and then turned around and then I came back to cover the flood. But
I don't think I like your job.
oh,
You look like you're constantly cold in this.
I am, yeah.
You want a jacket? I got a coat that's a lot warmer than the
I got
The house
him.
is
I
right
got
down
him
here.
inside.
If you
Oh,
want to live there.
I'm used to it.
What did
Yeah.
you say your name was again?
Reed.
Reed.
Yeah, Reed Timmer.
Rick Price.
Nice to meet you, Rick Price.
Yes, sir, Bill Drive.
Nice to meet you,
Nice to meet
Jennifer.
you too.
I usually do tornadoes, so if you search on YouTube, I got a bunch of tornado videos. It's so
Reed,
fun.
what was last name?
Timmer.
Timmer.
It's like weed trimmer, but Reed Timmer.
How'd you get, you came from...
See all my hail dents? Check out these hail dents.
That's why it says
They're
four.
kind of my price.
What is that supposed to keep the rain out of?
No, those are just hail dents. That's from punching through storms to get to tornadoes.
Oh my God.
Then I lost my car in Hurricane Ian, so I got the hood off of it. Got this replacement vehicle, got more dents. This year.
It's like somebody was shooting.
Yeah, hail's pretty intense,
Is that what it was?
damaging. Yeah.
So do you know how much rain this area's had?
I think double digits almost now, so I think in excess of 10. But that's not confirmed yet. I think just radar estimated, but there's no hail, so I think that the radar should be pretty accurate. So. Yeah, it's crazy. What a beautiful town, normally.
Super cute.
Well, at least my body didn't come floating up.
Yeah, and you're okay.
Do you have somebody coming to help you?
What?
Do you have somebody coming to help you?
Oh, no, not really.
I was flying my drone out there to see if anybody was inside, and he comes up and he's like, "That's my car."
Stop it.
Yeah. but at least the water's not flowing too fast.
Yeah. It was amazing because I was going to get the dog food and everything was going fine, and the next thing I knew, I was driving a boat, not a car.
Inundated.
Absolutely inundated.
Beautiful black lab you have. Is that a lab?
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have another one at home, so I'm gonna go get that one, but it's just impossible to walk with two of them.
I've got a Yorkshire Terrier. Normally she comes with me, but she's 15 now.
Oh, he's almost 12.
So nice.
Well,
He's a go-getter. I gotta take a picture of your car.
Okay.
Show my kids.
Yeah. Went through the ringer.
It's crazy. All right, I'm gonna keep walking with them.
All right, take it easy.
I'm at 1203 Prince. If you need to come over.
oh, right. Come over for a cocktail sometime.
Oh, all right. Thanks, Rick.
What do you like?
Yeah, I mean,
Gin?
sure. That sounds good.
Come on up.
All right.
And some dry clothes.
Are you close? Just
Yeah,
right up there?
I'm real close. You know where the
Yeah.
I'm on the other side of the TV.
Okay.
Between the what's that?
Yeah, I was just down there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll work this flood till sunset.
Lucky you.
Nice to meet you, Rick. Take care. Never stop chasing.
Are you Jewish?
Timber with a T. Timber with a T.
Oh, with the T. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, close enough though, I'm sure.
All right.
I'll go by that too.
Bye.
All right.
Thank you. 100.
Okay. Thank you. Your car will be all right.
Watch out for my
Eventually.
car.
Okay. See you, Rick. Nice guy. Woo. Phone's got issues with the connector. Nice guy. Sure you don't need a ride? All good? Sure you're good?
Yeah.
All right. Nice to meet you. Never stop chasing. He's awesome. Good guy. Taking Larry on Wood Street. Go ahead, buddy. Swing it. All right, guys, we're gonna head down to Polly Island now. Mega flood coverage continues. The band has shifted just a little bit inland now. It's not over yet, that's for sure. So that was Rick back there. He was the one that was in that vehicle, and he was going to get some dog food, and the floodwaters just came into the cabin of the vehicle, took the window down like you're supposed to do, and he was able to get out as the floodwaters continued to rise. Come on. making a heavy rain here, but it's coming back. It's on its way back. Seems like people are just hitting the road right now. Swamped. Inundated. Inundated. Looks like we got big problems up ahead here. Jeez, what is this? Possible swift water action. Like a wrecker back there pulling out a swamp vehicle. What a flood!
Sorry, guys, just to review some of the things that Reed was saying. First, the person in the SUV was okay. Reed was using his drone to try to see if somebody was in there and okay, and the guy walked up next to him. So he was all right. Yes, there's a lot of flooding, but we are likely transitioning to Reed took notice of a notch down here that's headed north, which he said he may be transitioning now to water spout mania, as he put it, or water spout insanity, as Reed put it, on into the evening too. So this day is not over. It's still going, and we're kind of switching phases here. So could be water spouts, which, if you're unaware, it's tornadoes on the water, sucking up the water. We'll see.
Wood Street. of traffic back there. Don't think I'm trapped in here, but it is possible. Beautiful live oaks out here. Just trying to get over to Litchfield Beach. See if I can. I think we're getting back up into the flood zone up here. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yep. Swamped. Homes are definitely getting floodwaters here too. Lots of homes around there on the other side getting inundated. Yeah, there's definitely a car up there near that stop sign. I'm gonna try to find my drone up there, see if anybody's in that car. That's what I was doing at that last place. You guys all good? You okay? You guys okay? Okay. Okay. Nice.
Right, so that is another submerged vehicle. It looks like it has the driver's side door open there. So it looks like that person left the vehicle. Reed is gonna see if he could get a break in the rain or if it's light enough to fly his drone up there and check out if anybody's needs some help up there.
Looks like the band has definitely moved inland a little bit. Almost a supercell just a little bit inland of us. Some rotation just to my east. Looks like some rotation on that cell off to the south, so I gotta try to get to Litchfield Beach, I think. Sir. Heavy rain's moving back in, buddy. They do look like they got out. You can see the doors open up there at least. Oh, there's some people. The firemen in the distance there, it looks like. Beyond the deepest part of the flood. Heavy rain's moving back in. I circled around that last car, see if anybody was in there. Looks like you got some siren, some lights going back behind it with a fire truck. Need a Dominator boat. Almost turned the Dominator 4 into a boat earlier. We were submerged, swamped, just dominating. Classic coastal storm here. People on the left, I asked if they were okay. They said they're drinking beer. Still here just covering this flash flood emergency in Georgetown. Probably close to double-digit rainfall totals. I actually haven't even looked at some of the confirmed reports yet, but just has been raining all day out here. And the band definitely hasn't migrated to the east very fast. It's just hammered the same area over and over again. Water came up pretty fast. We were here right when it was coming in, and then now it continues to rise. Fire hose is starting to move back in again. Eventually this thing's going to move offshore. He's going for it. Man, a loose cannon. Oh. Oh. Just drove up next to me.
Just showing you guys some of these things that Reed is posting on Twitter here. So here's the live feed, and here are things that Reed recorded earlier and has posted to his Twitter. You can find the links to all of his stuff down in the description. There's a link tree, and it links to his Instagram, everything like that. But this is what it's been like today. A lot of water, a lot of waves, a lot of submerged vehicles, a lot of wrecks, a lot of abandoned vehicles. And right now, Reed is figuring out the next move. He has said that he would like to go to Litchfield Beach because he's starting to see some rotation, which could be an early indicator of a storm that can become tornadic. There's a Jurassic Park vehicle right there. I don't know if YouTube will flag us for a logo, but yeah. Jurassic Park vehicle. And there was that flooded. We saw the man that was in there. He's fine. But you can see it's very, very deep water. So this is all on Reed's Twitter. So if you're new to this, Reed will periodically, well, there he is right there. Sorry about that. Put these updates on Twitter while we're streaming. He's doing a lot of things at once here. And so I'll stop talking over him. We'll go back to the live feed here. Thank you very much to our Team Dominator members here. Thinking about waiting until the precip subsides, but pretty heavy convection with lightning coming in from the southwest that's headed toward Litchfield Beach. Let's see if I can march over to that area. Got it. All right, let's go for some water spout potential down at Litchfield Beach with that convective line.
Here we go. May not be able to get out of here either. See if we can get out of town. I want to get down to Litchfield Beach for when that convective line arrives, and there could be a water spout with that right along the coastline. That was the historic downtown off to my right back there. Definitely some higher areas of town that are totally dry. It's another low area here. Off the left, have a rock area to pass. Ooh yeah, mega float off to the right. Right along the river. Harbor Walk, Marina, all those areas, the Rice Museum, all those areas are underwater.
Just jumping in really fast here. So the storm is not leaving. Here's where we are. We're in Georgetown right here, right? And look, this is the current conditions. You can see there's a little break in the clouds, but right behind it is all of this too. So there's a little break. There's more water coming. So here, Georgetown's getting hit, getting hit, getting hit. Right now, there's a little bit of a break. Getting hit, getting hit. Little bit of a break right now. But then all this is going to continue to come in and dump too.
High and dry up here. 17 along the Circle K. Wow, surface pressure falls this afternoon over 30 millibars in 24 hours near Charleston afternoon, and this system is just getting going and heading right up the East Coast. Expect the low center and rain impacts to stretch from NYC into southern New England. Rain bomb. Rain bomb. Bomb cyclone. It's gonna be a bomb cyclone, Brian. Cyclone's just getting going down here. Miles. We're going to be working this convective line. If it brightens up a little bit ahead of it, watch out. You're going to get a water spout down here. Even though a lot of the strongest wind shear has ejected off to the northeast.
Jumping in, so we've made it out of town. We've made it out of Georgetown, and we are headed east to ultimately go north. So you can see this. This is Reed's Progress. This is, if we click on here, this is everywhere we've been today. So we're going back up north to follow this convective line. And we're on our way.
Almost swamped my car back there. It's a big nor'easter, rain, strong winds, headed up to the northeast. Just getting started today. That surface-based instability is still lagging a little bit offshore, so it never really quite wrapped up into the low. There was a lot more rain than anticipated too. Ouch. It's like the rain is not as prevalent in the middle of the median. So right now we're kind of shifting more to water spout mode, even though I think a lot of the strongest wind shear is ejected off to the northeast. I think with that convective line coming in from the southwest, we might be able to get some structure. Yep, headed down toward the island down here. So I think that convective line that's headed toward Litchfield Beach, Polly Island. There's a lot of inflow on the east side of it. Looks like a pretty strong low-level jet too. So I think as that gets a little bit closer, it's going to have some tornado potential. And also maybe some onshore flow there right as that line moves in. It'll probably accelerate some of those southeasterly onshore flow onto the beach. Could even be some more coastal flooding too. And we just need to mix it up a little bit. Get out of Georgetown where the flash flood emergency is. Head a little bit northeast. This is actually still in the flash flood emergency zone. $11 more miles up here. Grand Strand of beaches. South Strand, Myrtle Beach, North Myrtle. A lot of beer gets consumed along this strip, I guess. There have been a lot of tornadoes too in this Myrtle Beach area. I think Hurricane Florence had a tornado in the Myrtle Beach area. There was one today with this system. And there was that one crazy video from back in the day that was lofting all the umbrellas and everything. It does seem like Myrtle Beach area gets a lot of tornadoes.
All right, jumping in here while Reed is frozen here. So we are switching modes. We're going kind of for water spouts now if the environment happens here. So Reed will be back in a moment here. It seems like he's probably in that section in between towns without great coverage, but he is continuing to head north. So he's headed towards Pawleys Island and then Litchfield Beach ultimately. So this is, here he is progressing. Here's Pawleys Island, and here's Litchfield Beach. And so if we zoom out, he's seeing that some of this is going to end over here. It's being pulled that way. If we go onto this feed here and we stop the animation for a second, this, if you could see, this kind of looks like football stitches. That's the path of the storm. So that's the storm track, and each one of these little now it looks like a football. Each one of these is 15 minutes. So this is where the storm is right now. In 15 minutes it'll be here, 15 minutes will be here after that. So in about 45 minutes, this storm will be at Litchfield Beach, maybe a little bit before that, if it picks up speed. But Reed is back. That's the game plan. This storm is headed here. We are headed here to intercept.
Look at the breaks in the clouds. 65 degrees, temperature is on the rise. Wobble. Wobbler. Yeah, we got breaks in the clouds now, Brian. We have got breaks in the clouds. That means that the mid-level dry slot is moving onshore. Temperature's going up. The convective line's right behind me. And it is possible that there could be some water spouts along that. Seems like we're finally getting some surface-based instability up in here. 6.3 miles, and then I'm dropping down to Pawleys. It's the Golf and Country Club. Definitely had a lot in there. Even though I could light that course up, I'm sure. Getting some rain. It is clearing out. The line is starting to move inland a bit. Then I'm going to drop toward the coastline. I think as that convective line gets a little bit closer, very easily could have tornado potential, or at least water spout potential. Phone just died. Should have pulled over. No, I can't. I have no radar. I will make Polly's Island's out to the right. I'll go right. We got clear skies, folks. Convective line is approaching. Flood emergency thing just came out. Look at the blue sky. That's the elevated dry slot, the elevated big slayer. Uh-oh. Another charger in here. Does look like there was a surge here. Convective line is going to be approaching from the right. Little clear pocket just ahead of this thing. hear the ocean. Good heavens. I'm going to approach facing the convective line here. Yeah, this is a very skinny island, and I can hear the waves right on the other side of that berm on the left. Big time wave action over there. I think this is saltwater, at least brackish. Again, I'm facing that convective line. You can see some leftover surge from the causeway side of Pawleys Island. Can hear the real ocean too on the other side. Pelican in. Very low. Still got more convection coming. I'm facing toward that convective line. I'm trying to find a beach access area here. Might have to go the other way. Phone's dead.
All right, one more time, I'm just going to break down kind of what Reed's goal is right now. So he's in Pawleys Island. It's right here. And he's trying to get in position for beach access. You can see he's pretty much right on the ocean there, but he's trying to get beach access to get out there because this down here is headed this way. And with it, potentially, there may be a water spout. Maybe. The environment seems to be there. When Reed's saying he's seeing blue skies, that is... that's actually an ingredient for tornadoes, water spouts, if you get blue skies ahead of them. But anyway, back to Reed.
I want to see the water. Comes the rain again. Ooh. There we go. This is it.
Here he is.
Say. Strong onshore flow right now. Got a cloud base right there. The water spouts supercell tornado mode now. Yeah. Cold. A little bit of a shelf here coming in. Elevated mix layers carved out. Woo-wee. Not as bad as I thought. Does look like there was some surge up here at high tide, though. Yeah. Hold it back. Hi. It's kind of a reverse surge that happened here from the causeway. Probably contributed to the flooding there in Georgetown as well. Heavier rain moving in. This is that line of storms. That water spout potential, but it looked a lot more like a squall. moving back into Pawleys Island here. Flash flood emergency down here continues. I think there is just a little bit of stable air right near the coast. 62 degrees here. This portion of Pawleys Island, so here comes the causeway. Looks like this water's coming back up. Oh yeah, there's some lightning. Still got some lightning on this job. Yep. There's got to be some kind of a pier down here. Near Litchfield at least. So the water came up and knocked over that porta-john. So we got a cloud base to the north up there, but it doesn't seem too robust, does it? And that's the one that kind of moved inland a little bit. More lightning. See if we can get to the coast again. Stiff onshore flow. Looks like we're headed out toward the coast here. Definitely some flooding. Let's see if there's a base. Police department. Ooh, yeah, there's some lighting. This is legitimate. Always stop. I think I could take us right to the coastline here. Yeah, let's see. Hear that? That thunder? I wonder if it's going to be elevated or not. Take a look. Fine, if this thing dies, I may not be able to get it charged back up again. See if we can get a water spout quick. Base is out here. That's the cold front. Stiff cold front coming in. There's the beautiful pier. Beautiful area. Maybe a base way offshore out there somewhere, but this is probably more the updraft base. Hi. Probably a wispy base right there. Thunder. Damn, there's some convection here. See that? Blue sky, and then there's the convection. Another storm coming there, but it's getting very squally. You're on Polly's. Oh yeah, a little bit of convection off to my right, still visible. Yeah, definitely some clear sky. I could see that convection offshore, deep convection offshore. Look at that. See it off to the right, blue sky. Ooh, that phone just popped on. Miracle. Oh, we almost got struck. Did you see that? That lightning strike. Boom. Big CG.
Reed's frozen for the moment here. But we are on Pawleys Island, South Carolina. And that is right there. This is Pawleys Island. You see that this is a bunch of rain that seems to be tracking this way. And so Reed's trying to get a good view to see if maybe, as you saw, some convection. There might be, I think the chance is a little bit lower, but water spout. But we were trying to get in position and learn more. Back to Reed.
Residents invited guests only. Wow. It's got to be a big place there. Good heavens. We're back, Brian. We got a lot of lightning. Had a pretty close CG, cloud to ground lightning strike, pretty close to us. This is a nor'easter that's just going to be ripping up the coastline. There it is again. Yeah, Litchfield Beach you can't even get into, bro. Not too bad out here. Definitely the hardest hit area I've seen is Georgetown, South Carolina. There's the nut house. The nut house is for sale. What's that?
I said I'm going that way.
Oh, okay. I thought you were pointing to a water spout or something. That end again? Ooh, another strike! Another strike. Missing a spout. Thunder and lightning here in this convective band. Squall line. Squall. Squall line. Lightning producer. It's got that dry air that's coming in over top, so there's some grapple generation aloft. But this thing is headed up toward the coast, impacts all the way up through New York. I'm going to keep streaming on this until this phone dies, and then I'm not going to be able to charge it back up, I don't think. So we'll keep going until this dies, and then Brian, I might need you to take it away from here on out. I'm going to keep trying to cover some of the flooding up here. I'm going to head up toward Georgetown again, but definitely an impactful coastal storm here. Very impactful coastal storm, especially in the Carolinas. We had one confirmed tornado in the west side of Myrtle Beach. Probably should have been there for that thing. Yeah. That's a police officer right there. Turn around and say hello. I got a beat up vehicle in this nice neighborhood.
All right, so you see Reed's frozen. He'll be back in a second, and you hear that now we are on a... we're going to stream until Reed's phone's batteries dies, because apparently it's not charging right now. This happens. But on Pawleys Island right now, this storm is about to come through, or this line is about to come through. So maybe even when we reconnect here, you're going to see it raining. And more rain. Let's actually do just a check-in on total rainfall, especially in Georgetown. So this is total rain accumulation. And hold on, I'm animating it here. So you could see earlier on, this is just rain being dumped, and you could see the kind of epicenter is just south of Georgetown, but also obviously including Georgetown. And that is 11 inches, 12 inches. This is digital storm total accumulation. It's a little bit different. All these are a little bit different. But if we look at 3-hour accumulation here, loading. And those white areas right there, that is 7 inches. That's digital 3-hour rain accumulation there. I mean, did Reed's phone already die? Or we don't understand that? Or let's give him some time. But apparently this stream is on borrowed time. But we appreciate you hanging out, sticking it through with us. We've seen a lot of crazy sights today. It started fast. It started, I guess, like 2 hours earlier than we were really thinking. We've been streaming 5.5 hours right now, and it's been just going. And actually, we could see all of our tracks here. Let's go to Mesocast. Here we go. So, Reed came out of Charleston. Actually, this is having this is only part of the day here, but we headed up here. Obviously, spent quite a bit of time in Georgetown. You can see all that backtracking and trying to figure out how to get out, and then east, and then to the north, and then where we are right now in Pawleys Island. Let's see if his position is updating here. Could give us a clue. Reed has car chargers. It's everything goes wrong when you're storm chasing. It's just, no matter if we get all the right gear, Reed puts gear through the biggest test there is, really. So, right now he's filming with a phone. There maybe there's some water in the charging port, and you got to let that dry before you charge it again. That might be the case, but let's see here. We also went all the way up here to Myrtle's Inlet, but if we take a zoomed out view, you could see this pink area here. This is the tornado warning. We are further here. We are covering this pretty historical flash flooding. And stand by 1 second. I'm going to animate this. Zoom out for a second, and I will be right back. Thank you, all members of Team Dominator. Welcome new members of Team Dominator today. If you want to help us chase, we appreciate it. If you join Team Dominator, you get access to some cool emojis. Some people are just happy with just that, but you also get Reed's forecasts that he does. He streams his forecast. It's kind of stream of consciousness. It's very interesting to see him forecast so well. And so you'll be able to see those. And he also shares, upcoming Team Dominator news and things like that on that stream. So I'll be right back. Stand by. Check, check. Can you hear me now? Okay. So yes, I was right. There's water in the ports of his phones right now, and he's sending me texts with his watch. He thought ahead to get that digital or to get the cellular plan on the watch, but this means this is we're wrapping up the stream for the day. So we thank you guys for staying with us. This was an interesting one. You could see we saw a lot of crazy, scary sights, definitely in Georgetown there. So we hope everybody in Georgetown and the whole surrounding area, we hope everybody's okay. And we will, Reed's going to keep continuing. I'm sure he'll get his phones going again. So if you want continuous updates on that, you could always watch your local news, of course, but you could also check out Reed's Twitter, because when he's back up, he'll start tweeting again. So anyway, thank you everybody to the moderators. Thank you to Team Dominator. Welcome new Team Dominator members. And we will see you next time. We don't know when the next stream is, but watch all the socials. We'll let you know. All right, guys. Thank you very much. And remember, never stop chasing. Have a good day. Enjoy the NFL games. We'll see you next time.